me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. How's everybody doing? I hope you guys are doing great this morning. I got a little update for you about Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire. I talked to her last night on the phone. We FaceTimed and she's doing well. They're managing her pain. She does have a little chest tube, poor thing. But she wanted me to know the first thing she said to me was, Granny, I threw up. So she's coming off of the anesthesia and it upset her little tummy. But she told me, I'm feeling better now, Granny. And then she asked, the second thing she said was, where's Papa? She wanted to know where Papa was. But she's doing well. Like I said, they are managing her pain well. And I was glad to be able to talk to her. And then, of course, she, says to me, I love you, Granny, which is like, the best words you can ever hear, ever. So yeah, she's doing great. I want to thank you guys all so much for sending me and my little Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire all the prayers, all the good juju, all the thoughts, all of it. Thank you so much. And I cannot take credit for the little Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie picture that's on the community tab. Neat Noodle made that for me. And I just love it. It's also a member emoji if you guys want to use that too. I cannot take credit for that. That goes to the lovely and talented Neat Noodle. Let me say good morning to you guys. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Good morning, Lil D. Good morning, Shelly Bean. It's good to see you guys. Good morning, Birdie. Birdie says, good morning, gang. I think I need help. I dreamt about this trial. Nothing of substance, just Celeste and Jackson talking and me being mesmerized. Same. You don't need help. You don't need help. It happens. It's in our brains now. It's part of our subconscious and our psyche. We're marked. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, Crocheting Bammy. Crocheting Bammy says, good morning. I'm laying in bed still and I haven't even made my coffee yet. Yeah, it's early, early, early. There she is. The incomparable, the lovely, the talented, Neat Noodle. Good morning, babe. Good to see you. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, Chief. Good to see you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. Good morning, Melissa. It's good to see you guys. Good morning, Lisa Marie. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, sissies. Mom Jen, have a good day at therapy. Let's see. I think I got everybody. Oh, good morning, Sarah Bellum. It's good to see you. Good morning, Tess. It's great to see you. Also going on today is Lori De Belvallo Esquire. Now, the judge wants to get back on top on scheduled, back on the getting the jury selection done. They got 60 some odd people there that they need to whittle down to 16. So 12 jurors, 4 alternates. He tried, like we watched yesterday during lunch, he tried every which way to get her, to expedite this a little bit. He warned her that regardless of if she's not better and they end up having to dismiss the jury, which would result in a mistrial, and then the process would start again. The jury selection process, not the trial process, but the jury selection process. He would still be her judge. So if this is some kind of flim flam, he's not going to put up with it, and it changes nothing. So, excuse me, get your poop in a group, Lori, and let's go. Oh, wow, Julie A. This is exciting. Julie A says, waiting on grandson number 3 to arrive while hanging with grandson number 1 and number 2. Congratulations. That's wonderful news. Yay, that's exciting. Oh, and is that your pupper? Oh, my goodness, what a good looking pupper in your profile picture. I love it. Love, love, love. Okay. I had some things to tell you, but as per usual, it's flown directly out of my brain. Who knows where it's at now? Maybe it'll come back. Maybe, oh, I know what I was going to tell you. It's come back already. Okay. Just while we're waiting and chilling with the OnlyFan here. So after I got off the live yesterday, I did some stuff around the house, worked on some videos, blah, 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 the boring, 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 boring. Okay. Let me get to the interesting part. About 5 o'clock, these thunderstorms rolled in, and y'all, they were no joke. No joke at all. They were hellacious. And so my husband, no, I missed it. Let me check in just a sec, Tess. I'll check. My bad. Let me do that. So I got all my stuff packed up, and I intended to go over there a little earlier than I ended up doing. But what happened was I got stopped by this storm that it's not like it was out of nowhere, but there was like warnings and stuff, but I thought it was going to be later. So, I'm dilly-dallying around, you know me, and getting ready to leave, and it just comes in. So, after it was all said and done, it lasted a good hour. I said, will you walk me down there? I don't want to walk into the house by myself. And he's like, okay. So we walked together, and when we got to my daughter's apartment, they have a couple of big ones, but the main big one in front of their building, um, the this huge branch had broken, and I mean, it was blocking the way to get into their apartment, so I had to go around. It was a few extra steps, so, the universe decided, "Hey, you've been sitting on your duff all morning and all day, so I'm gonna give you a few extra steps in, so thanks, universe." But the saddest thing about it was, um, there was a little nest, and at first we thought it was empty because it was empty, and that's because the residents of the nest were laying beside it. Oh my god, it was the saddest thing. So sad. Alright, let me look at, my email so that, oh wait, hold on, there's something else. Okay, I got you, Tess. Got you, got you. Tess is like, "Not the personal one." Aw. Oh, I see. I'll have to check this out. Thank you, Tess. Thank you. I appreciate that, and also so sweet. Oh, oh, Tess. Oh, that was really sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. You're gonna make my eyes leak, Tess, and it's too early for that. Come on, button it up, Bindi. Okay. I appreciate that. That was so sweet of you. You guys are just the best. I really do have, and I'm blessed to have the absolute best community. You guys are so incredibly supportive. You're here for me when I need you, and just know that I will be here for you if you need me in any way that I can. Sometimes it's just, sometimes you just need a distraction, and I that's what I needed yesterday, that's what I need today. Not I'm past like, the nervous part, um, she had the procedure done, that part of it is over. I was worried about the anesthesia because the whole reason that, she needed the lung biopsy is because, uh, what the top lobe, and I never get these ones right, so I don't wanna say, but which one specifically, but the top lobe of one of her lungs is completely collapsed, and the other lobe, or the other lung, the entirety of the lung, when they look at it on CAT scan, is completely white. So they don't know what that's about. And so, I was worried about her being under anesthesia because, I mean, you're intubated, and anesthesia is anesthesia, and it's a dicey proposition anytime, even healthy people. So, I was worried about that, but, when I got to see her last night, you guys, it was just the best thing ever. She was super excited to show me the little Build-A-Bear that she made, which wasn't a bear because, little Chicky Nugget Pot Pie is obsessed with cats. And so it's a little cat, and she picked out a little outfit. Adorable. She did a great job. Then we discussed, when she gets home, how she wants her nails done. So it was just to be able to see her and talk to her and everything, that was just like a relief, and I must have been even more, like, stressed than I realized, because when I laid down to go to bed last night, I was out, absolutely out. So, just thank you everyone for being there for me. Thank you so much. I have not, Lisa, and I will definitely go and check that out.
All right, so the jurors are here, ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
All right. Judge Bev, we're already sidebar. Like, we're 2 seconds into the day. Um, when we left off yesterday, um, there was an officer on the stand who Brennan tried. He really tried to get to diminish his credibility in front of the jury yesterday, and I don't think that he was successful, and here's why. Because when it was time for redirect, Alan Jackson made the perfect analogy. Okay, in that we all remember, for example, me. Take me for an example. Okay. I know when my birthday is. I know that I had a birthday this year. Can I tell you what I did for my birthday? No. I'll tell you what, but there's something significant did happen. This is when Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie um, got, they're not exactly sure. I think it was the flu. But she had, because of her situation, she had to go to the hospital and she had to stay. So she was there for my birthday and her birthday. I remember that. I can't remember anything else about it. I can't remember what I had for dinner, but I remember my birthday, and I remember that my granddaughter went to the hospital. So just because the gentleman could not remember every single tiny little detail does not negate the memory. And he was confident in his memory. And the fact is that he testified last trial for the Commonwealth. Okay. And the reason that Alan Jackson even contacted him in the first place, and Hank tried to make that seem so, to use Jen McCabe's lingo, hold on, nefarious. He tried, but the fact remains that it was his testimony on direct. Now, why would Alan Jackson hearing that? I think was completely unprepared. It was a surprise that he testified that it was cracked, not completely destroyed or damaged, I think is the word, not completely damaged. It was cracked. And there was a part missing, not the whole thing, right? So you would want a good lawyer does not ask questions he or she does not already know the answer to. So if Alan Jackson had done that comparison while that officer was on the stand in the first trial, he was unprepared. He didn't know what the officer was going to testify to, and that would have been a huge mistake, potentially. So after the trial's over, he contacts him. The Commonwealth could have done the same thing. The Commonwealth could have said, "Hey, Medusa, good morning. Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie is doing well. I talked to her last night for a while. I FaceTimed with her. She's doing well. They're managing her pain. So kids rebound really well that way. Their threshold for pain is very different than adults, and I'm very hopeful that she will only have to spend the anticipated 2 days, which would be today, and then potentially be home tomorrow in the hospital. So so thank you for asking about her, Medusa. I appreciate that. Good morning, Violet. I think I missed you coming in, babe. Good morning. Good to see you. They're at sidebar, so we're not, missing anything. Just me chitty chatting. But the Commonwealth had the opportunity to talk to this officer after his testimony, and they last trial, and they definitely could have asked him, "What did you mean by that? Can you describe what it is that you saw?" But they didn't, because you know what? They didn't care. That's why. And the defense, I mean, they opened the door, the defense walked through, they questioned this officer, he was more descriptive, and they said, "You know what? Let's put this guy on the stand." And the way that the taillight looked at that time is important. It's important. It's important. And his testimony on cross was so different than the Commonwealth and even their officers, the officers they put on the stand in their case in chief, completely different. It was completely different on cross. He didn't get defensive. He conceded, you know what, I can't remember everything. Do you know how many reports and scenes and all that come across his desk? In between then and now, of course, he can't remember every tiny little detail. I thought Hank Brennan had some nerve to cross-examine him and ask about making a report thorough and detailed, given the Commonwealth's officers' style of making reports. Jeez, Lou, the whatever. But anyway, it wasn't his scene. He was there. It was a courtesy call. He was there because they were coming into his jurisdiction. That's it. That's all. Period. The Hank, you have some audacity. Anyway, but that's not even the point. So at the end of the day, I don't think that the officers, I don't think the cross-examination was enough, really. I think Hank tried, he did, but I don't think it's going to be effective in front of this jury. And I also think it's interesting, the different perspectives, what people take away from this trial, just generally speaking, and how they think the Commonwealth is doing and how they think that the defense is doing. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, or as no sweat glands Andy says, the fat of the fatter is we're all watching the exact same thing. They're not watching anything different than what we're watching. The trial is the trial. The words spoken are the words spoken. The answers to the questions are the answers to the questions. But there is something innately human, obviously, in all of us, which now makes me think of the that White Zombie song, "More Human Than
Right, we'll bring the
Human."
jurors in. We'll take a few minutes. Tony, do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
Okay, they're taking a few minutes for who knows what. But I think that our perspectives are so vastly different, knowing that we're watching the same thing. So it's interesting to me. Me too, Chief. I love White Zombie, always have. But yeah, and that more human than human comes from Blade Runner, just in case y'all didn't know that. Anyway, yeah, is that right? With Harrison Ford, the original one. Yeah, that's right. I'm right. And I think that, and I think when I saw that, Lisa Marie, about Lori, and here's my thing. I think that perhaps that opinion came from being realistic about the bar as far as what a good job is. The bar for Lori to do a good job is vastly lower because she is representing herself, and it's not like she has any experience or training or education in the legal field. As far as I know, besides committing crimes, she wasn't ever interested in true crime. So she doesn't even have that as a reference point. So the bar for her is set very low. And I would imagine that part of the reason that opinion was given, or that perspective happened, is keeping that in mind. Like, she did a good job for and I haven't seen that, so I don't know. This is just me speculating, but she did a good job considering that she is pro se, that she doesn't have any experience, all the things. Um, so maybe that's why. Um, but yeah, maybe that's it. But I do find everybody's perspectives interesting, and I'm waiting to see Lori do, what Lori does in this trial. This trial is different in that the victim is alive. The victim survived. And I think that is going to call for a different tone. It's, he is alive and able to testify directly about things leading up to the shooting. He's able to testify about Lori and Charles's relationship, about Lori's relationship with her niece, Melanie B., formerly Melanie B., now Melanie P., and the impact that then his now ex-wife's changes in personality and behavior and all of that. See, this is going to be very interesting because we didn't have that in any of the other trials. Even when Chad went on trial, and his children testified. It's, even though they are technically victims of Chad Daybell because he murdered their mother, they testified like for him and they believe him. So their perspective is a
Hear
little.
ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Okay, thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
So you're going to step up, take the first, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Seven Lilies. It's good to see you, babe.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have 2 brothers, 1 sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes, and interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the highway division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would. The Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was 234 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
Okay, I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Frankentruck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolk, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter?
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh,
they are?
great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I will be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it
It's just a map.
okay?
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in So we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get, okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
yes,
And you see the red dot there?
yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
means?
around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back?
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes,
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, this second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be a.m.?
a.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I did.
you? How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked, blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
And going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
Hold on really quickly. I just want to pause it really quick for a couple of things. One, this other law enforcement agency, we know, feds, Department of Justice. Also, it is Tasha's birthday, so let me just really quickly wish you a very, very happy birthday, Tosh. I'm so glad you decided to join us on your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tosh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. All right, let's keep going.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Brennan, let's
The
go.
exhibit- All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You
Hold on. It's funny
spoke
to me when it's funny to me when Brennan asks a question like that. Is it fair to say your memory has changed a lot? And and the witness is like, no. And Brennan under his breath, but you can still hear it. Oh, like, bruh, why are you asking questions that you don't already know the answer to?
a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that
He just literally is saying that he wasn't threatened, but you're going to continue to ask him questions about being threatened. Jesus, Brennan.
he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Hold on, I'm going to pause it right here. All right, so what Brennan is asking without asking is he's referencing Turtle Boy, okay? That's who he's talking about. And Tosh, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much. On your birthday, she gave a gift. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Rachel got it. Yay, Rachel. All right. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Here's the deal. He said repeatedly that he was not, first of all, this makes no sense. Okay. He was contacted by the defense. All right. The defense is the one that interviewed him. So if he was going to testify for the defense, why in the actual F would Turtle Boy, or anybody for that matter, need to pressure him? That makes no sense. Unless I'm missing something here that happened that I missed out on, that doesn't make good sense to me.
You are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
So, Brennan, what you're saying is you are you're not implying, you're outright stating that this witness was threatened by a blogger, which the jury won't ever know, but he's talking about Turtle Boy, like I said before, and he is a follower of the blog. Does that make good sense to you, Brennan? Would you follow somebody that was threatening you? I mean, come on. And this gentleman's already testified and answered that question repeatedly that he's not been threatened or pressured. Fuck
When you
off.
follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
And
Did you enjoy the
shut up,
intention?
Brennan. And there it is. All I did was tell the truth. Let me explain something, and I think you guys understand this because you've been here this whole time. This doesn't happen very often. Witnesses lie. They have suddenly they realize that all their memories are false. All the things we've seen it. There's a lot of shenanigans behind the scenes, all kinds of effery going on in this trial. So when somebody doesn't cave to that, doesn't bend to that, they get up there, they tell the truth, they say what they saw, and and that's all they do, which is what everybody in this trial is supposed to be doing, but it doesn't happen always with the witnesses. Yeah, people get excited, just like the officer yesterday. All he really was doing was telling the truth. That's it. That's all. Okay. We don't normally see a celebration of people telling the truth on the witness stand because that's part of the oath you take. And most people just do it.
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Henry says this guy is a plow driver. He needs to approach Homer Simpson and see if he can substitute for Mr. Plow during his days off. Stop it. I like this guy. That name again is Mr. Plow. I remember that episode. I like the plow driver, because as you can see, actually the pressure is in reverse, right? He's testifying for the defense, and look how he's being treated by the Commonwealth.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Nobody's attacked.
Would it be fair to say that
Brennan.
you simply want to live?
Please be careful with this question, sir. Please, please, please be careful. Because Brennan is trying to get you in a trap. Let me be your Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
Your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you.
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing for trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Brennan, what the F kind of, what kind of question is that? Are you saying this guy's been paid for his testimony? Get the F out of here, bro. Are you saying that you received compensation that you didn't receive? If he didn't receive it, then he wasn't compensated, you jerk. Duh.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
he can answer that.
No,
Can you answer that, Mr. Locke?
why are you, first of all, when somebody objects, you either sustain it or you overrule it. The end. You don't then go and ask the same damn question, asking if he can answer. Judge Bev, what are you doing, lady? Already, you got me all yelly. It's not even 10 o'clock here. He said repeatedly that he was not targeted.
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
It's asked and answered.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Jesus,
Are
Bev.
you concerned after this case what happens with...
Bev, why don't you tuck your bias in? It's showing. Your bias is showing like somebody who's come out of the bathroom and tucked their skirt into their pantyhose.
the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I've directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m., when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. You're snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
if you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, well, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Okay.
Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
seven?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
Mr. Brennan, do you have any video that doesn't look like it was taken from a potato? I mean, how's he supposed to recognize anything with this situation? Apparently, Sissy's
Is
mom.
that you, sir?
Hold on.
That
Brennan.
was me.
Apparently, Sissy's mom has taken to quoting lines from Pretty Woman to get through what's going on. I'll talk about what's going on in the side chat about Lori in a minute. I just want to hopefully we'll get through this.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Objection.
Let's get different, Mr. Brown.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
Objection. I move this one further, Judge.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, oh, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on.
Correct.
That type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
All right, now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15. 6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Objection.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come sidebar?
Okay.
Let me just play this because this is how I feel about this ridiculousness that, he's asking him repeatedly about being harassed. There's Turtle Boy. What up, Turtle Boy? Look at you getting a press pass in the pool today. Good job.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Now, look, I don't always agree with Turtle Boy's tactics, okay? I do think that it's interesting that he happens to be there today and so much kerfuffle is being made about him. At the end of the day, this witness does not feel like they were threatened, pressured, or intimidated. Were there people talking crap online? Yes. This is a case that's received crazy amounts of attention. The end, okay? At the end of the day, even if it was passed on to him, it didn't affect him. It didn't cause him to testify one way or the other. He got up there, he said what he said, and that's it. Period. The end. All right. Now, let me scroll back up here so I can figure out. Probably going to have a whole different conversation later because now I can't find it. Give me a sec. I don't look. I'm gonna have to. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. I don't know what Lori is gonna do. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, so Melissa says Justin Lum posted a message from the MCSO saying Lori will not be in court today unless the judge orders it. And the judge did say that she had to be here today. That was an order. Now what she'll do with that, why she's doing it, who knows?
Rise to the court, please.
Let's all just be patient. They're going to break, apparently. Let's see if there's maybe a sidebar. Let me look and see what Tess sent me. Hold on a second. What is okay. That's not what I'm looking for. Give me a sec. Let's see what Tess sent me here. Oh, interesting. I'm not going to put that out only because I appreciate you sending it to me, babe, but obviously I can't and won't say anything that I can't vet for myself. And if it is real, it is kind of what? And I don't like to be that. I feel like that's like some doom and gloom, you know. I know something you don't know, and I can't stand that, but we're live and stuff comes out, so whatever. I believe, yes, that that Lori was ordered by the judge to be there today. Now,
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed
no,
trial with
Jesse.
us, but I wanted to tell you guys about something real quick. We talk a lot about...
No. I believe, yes, that she has been ordered. I believe that last I don't know how long I'm going to make it today, you guys. I am really tired. I slept great, but I guess I just everything I was overwhelmed, and now that's anyways. You see, I'm already all over the map. Anywho, Monday, when Lori Vallow Daybell Esquire showed up to court in a wheelchair, saying that she could only keep oranges and broth down. God. Anyway, judge, the last thing that the judge said was, "You need to be here Wednesday," and then Lori was big mad and crybaby-ish, and she's like, "That puts a lot of pressure on me. I don't like to let people down, make the jury come in and just wait on me, blah, 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 blah." Right, but you're worried about how the jury perceives you in all of this, yet you're over here murdering people. Yeah, you sure care what people think. Shut up. Listen, I want to talk about this Turtle Boy situation just a little bit. As a human being, fundamentally, okay, there are things that Turtle Boy has done that I don't agree with. It's not something that I would do, okay? Do I think that he's a terrible human? No, okay, I don't. I think that he feels very, 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 very passionate about this case. And he sees an injustice and he sees potential corruption. And I think that has caused him to do some things that I wouldn't do. But I'm not him, okay? And I understand when a person sees what they perceive and really like it's, where they've done the research and all the things, right? And they've determined that there is an injustice that's happening. I understand that passion. I have felt and still feel that passion. You all know, I'm not going to repeat the case. We all know that case is very near and dear to me. And I felt that I still believe it's not even a feel. It's after all the research that I've done. I've looked at all the things more than once. It has nothing to do with the documentary. I need to put that out there clearly. But based on my independent research, my review of the things, I believe that an injustice has occurred. And I understand Turtle Boy's passion. I think that it's ridiculous for Brennan, and it came off, in my opinion, if I'm sitting on that jury, okay, and I am listening to that question and answer session between Brennan and the plow driver, I'm going to be like, what are you doing? And I'm going to be like that. He said repeatedly that he didn't feel intimidated, that he did this. He said what he said because that's what happened. That was the truth. All he did was come into court, get on the stand, take the same oath that everybody else takes, and he told the truth. That's it. That's all. Okay? And trying to make it into something else is ridiculous, and it's coming across as desperate at this point. According to Melissa, which I believe you because I can see that Turtle Boy's over there on the computadora, probably twittering. Melissa says Turtle Boy is saying Brennan is trying to admit one of his articles. He probably is. He probably is. That, again, it's going to amount to nada. It's going to, I don't even care what is in that article. The reason that I think it's going to amount to nothing in the jurors' minds is because the witness has stated repeatedly that he didn't feel pressured, he didn't feel intimidated. Yes, his friends were saying, "Oh my God, so and so saying this about you," and the blah 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 blah, but it didn't affect him. It didn't impact his testimony. And why would it? Why would it? It makes you look so desperate. And if I am sitting on the jury, okay, in this moment, all right, what I'm going to be wondering in the back of my head is, why are you so desperate? Why is the Commonwealth so desperate? Is it because you've rested your case in chief? And the fact is, in my opinion anyway, you have not proven that John O'Keefe died as a result of being struck by a vehicle. Not to mention that it was Karen Reed's vehicle, not to mention that Karen Reed was driving Karen Reed's vehicle. That is how it is coming across. Also kind of interesting, Turtle Boy says the jurors were looking at him. How do they know who he is? I would answer that thusly. How does Turtle Boy know that they were looking at him? I mean, he was sitting back in this general vicinity. There's a line of people that would be in that line of eyesight. So I would say, that like the Knits in Monty Python's Holy Grail, they were looking in his general direction. I would not say, unless he made eye contact with one of the jurors, which I think in a trial like this, and by the way, let me get my handy dandy pointer out. And by the way, there's an entire row of people sitting here too, 2 rows. So, were they looking at him? Probably. I think that it might be a little projecting only because Turtle Boy knows that they are referring to him. When Brennan was asking these questions, I do think that he knew that they were referring to him. It's kind of like, okay, think about it in this way. We've all had this happen to us one time or another, right? You're scrolling through the Facebook, not recently for me. I don't really care for the book, but anymore. But anyway, we all know about this phenomenon, right? So you're scrolling through the book and you come upon a post. And this is something that I refer to as vague booking, where somebody makes a post, okay? It's a very pointed post, but they're vague about who they're referring to. They are not out here naming names, right? And something within that post strikes a chord with you and you think, I'm going to say what I think. Is this how talking about me? Is this post about me? Right? So, yeah. There you have it. I do think that because he knows they're referring to him, it's quite possible that the jury was looking in the general direction. I mean, they are looking straight ahead. So, I mean, I don't think that they were actually looking at him. You know what I mean? So, I don't like that Bev I don't like it when there's an objection and Bev is doesn't like just sustain the objection or overrule the objection, but then she goes on and asks. Sometimes she will straight ask the same question that the Commonwealth just asked, the one that got the objection. And I don't like that. I think that she should just focus on sustaining or overruling objections and leave it there. That's it. That's all. I don't like when she does that. It bothers me a lot. I find it very, very, very irritating. Um, so and what I'll say about Turtle Boy is that I I don't know him as a person. I've only seen a little bit about him, um, like from him, not about him, like anybody talking about him, but like from him. Um, I do think he can be funny. I'm not going to lie, but I understand and appreciate his passion. I get it. Um, yes, it will. You guys have said that you guys have put that in the chat. I've talked about it in the live stream, and yes, now you guys are gonna get recommended. Um, yeah, I just, you know, I get it. I get when you feel and especially when it's in your backyard, I feel like I think that adds, like, a different kind of layer to it, and, so I get it. I get it. Um I mean, I understand. He's cracked a few jokes that made me laugh, you know? That's how I feel. I mean, I would not have gone to, Crystal Story's apartment and knocked on her door. I wouldn't have, no. I know that, people feel hey, it's me, I'm people. I am really torn, um, about the money that she was awarded. Um, I do I will say that in her one thing in her favor is that, yes, she did try for a long time to, um, go and, get the attention of law enforcement to alert them that Harmony was missing, that there was a problem. I do, I do appreciate that. I do. But one of my questions and one of my concerns is, initially, the whole reason that, um, um, one of the factors in Harmony going with Adam was Crystal saying vouching for him. Now, did she vouch for him because she felt like if Harmony was with Adam, she would maybe have more, access, easier access? I don't know, but that you can't I mean, the facts remain. Um, so, yeah, I have to agree with that, crocheting Bammy. I mean, I don't, I don't I don't like it when creators go real life. I don't like when anybody goes real life. Taking it off the platform for any reason at all, I think, yeah, it, I think that, I just, yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. That's then we're going to be getting into drama. And the fact of the matter is, I don't want to get into drama. I don't care about it. It's not important. It is what it is. You know, so I'm gonna just leave it there. I don't want, yeah, I don't need that negativity in my life. I stay away from it, you know, so it is. It is interesting to see how powerful YouTube has become. It's really interesting to see, um, because there are good examples of YouTube creators, um, you know, like Melissa Jade, for example, with her um, coverage of Wade Wilson and the documents and stuff that she was able to request and to get, you know, mainstream media then picked up on it and used her stuff. Like I think that's an example of the good that YouTube can do that, but it's not, I think it's dependent on the creator and it's all about intention, you know? And the fact of the matter is YouTube is made up of human beings. Okay. And like as in any other situation, when human beings are involved, you know, people. And that's all, you know. Exactly, Tess. He did bring this, he brought a lot of attention to this case, you know. Oh, okay, Tess. Um, but I mean, yeah, I'm gonna just, I'm not going to talk for the rest of the day. Hurry up and get back here, court, or I. Oh, is it? Okay. I don't know. Cause like, um, okay, here's my thing with Wade. All right. Um, I do find the drama not, it's not really, yeah, it's drama, but also the shenanigans and stuff with the Wade wives and everything. Like, I do find it interesting how uh, human beings, particularly women, and in some cases, women with children, um, can watch a trial and hear evidence that such as the evidence that came out during Wade Wilson's trial, and talk to that person on a level in which they are entertaining a relationship, a romantic relationship. It's one thing to reach out to someone like Wade Wilson and, you know, try to understand, like, how did he get to this point? What is, you know, what's his damage? What's his deal? Right? That's one thing. You know, like I'm not saying that if it was available to me and I could talk to like Ed Kemper, would I? Yes. Would I be entertaining a friggin' romantic relationship with him? Hell no. And saying that I would talk to Ed Kemper, you know, I actually don't know if I would. I like in a very abstract way, I feel like I would want to, but then there's part of me that also remembers that whole story behind the movie Dear Mr. Gacy, and I, I actually don't know that I could. Ed Kemper is a dangerous, dangerous man, and the fact that he's behind bars, right, only limits his or was, I guess I can't even remember. Is he even alive now? Only limits his ability, it restrains him physically, right? Like he can't get out, he can't get to me, so he's not a threat physically, but he is very capable. He always has been, he always will be, he always did. He's very, very, very manipulative. He plays mental chess and it's a lot. You know what I mean? So on that level, I don't think that I would, I think that would keep me um, probably from actually communicating with him. Like there's a part of me that wants to hear what he has to say, and there's questions that I have, but I also understand who he is fundamentally as a person, and that would actually, I think, deter me really from communicating with him. Um, specifically, um, you know, on at all. And it's scary.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us.
The fact that women with children particularly communicate with Wade Wilson and allow their children to communicate with Wade Wilson is scary to me. I think for me, um, I think Wade should be. Yeah, I can't get down with it. But I do understand that I think that the way that Melissa covers it is more about the phenomenon, the shock that there are women like this who exist. You know what I mean? We know all about hybristophilia, and it's something that's occurred for a long time. Look at when Ted Bundy took the stand, and he took the stand to propose to that chick. Okay, that exists. She knew exactly who she was dealing with. All right. There is a woman that married Richard Ramirez after he was convicted and sent to death row. This happens all the time. So, it's just exactly, Tess, the psychological aspect of it. So I get it. And I like the way Melissa covers it. I do. And I appreciate it. I think she does a great job. And the fact of the matter is, it's such a serious and heavy topic, but when there are moments of levity, I appreciate those moments of levity because I think that it's, what true crime is a very, very clearly, I think this goes without saying, really, a very dark subject matter. We're dealing with life and death here, and so, yeah. I think, having a moment of levity is not the worst thing in the world. I think it's actually very necessary. So anyway. I do think that, I think it's really sad though that, I can understand why Wade Wilson is on death row, right? I think that he is very deserving of capital punishment. He earned his spot there. But on the same token, because he's on death row, because it is a capital case, the automatic appeals that are afforded to him, this is where death row kind of is it's like a catch-22 for me because um, they get those automatic appeals, and I feel like the family, the family members of the victims, they're always stuck in that perpetual. Well, is this going to be is this going to be successful? And I feel badly for that. It's like perpetual torment. You know what I mean? So that in that way, um, it is what it is. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Tess. Update. Lori will be in court per Nate. Good. 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 Just exactly where she needs to be. I know that, look, at this point, she's been sick all weekend. Okay. So we're talking about Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. She's on day 5 of whatever, she allegedly has. She's probably she's turning the corner to healing. You'll be all right, Lori. Take some Alka-Seltzer, take some Tylenol, and get your ass to court. Oh, did you test? Okay, let me go look. Give me just a sec. Thanks, babe. I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay. The judge has issued an order. Daybell will be in court today. Yes. Good. Good. Stop dragging your feet, Lori. Ooh, hold on. Give me just a second. What a sweet email. Hold on a minute. Let me respond to this really quick. Let me mute so you don't hear the tickety tack of my keys. All right. Sorry about that, you guys. That I knew I would get distracted. I knew I would forget. And it was such a sweet email that I had to respond. So, okay. What is taking on? What's taking so long? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. Tess says Lauren from Hidden True Crime said Lori's hair was curled the other day, even though she was dying, which is interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah. Make sure. Ridiculous. She's ridiculous. Oh, is today a half day? Is it this week? Why are we doing a half day? Because it's what, 11:41 there, Tess? Well, that works out good because if it is a half day, I got stuff to do. I gotta work on these videos for you guys. Lauren does like to make fun of Lori, and it's kind of funny to me. But you know, my favorite person that throws shade at Lori is Nate. And the reason why is because um, the way that Nate throws shade is like more professionally than I do it. Like you know that I'm absolutely 100% throwing shade. I'm, it's very clear, very evident, but Nate does it in a more subtle way. And I really, really, really enjoy it. I love subtle shade. Crocheting Bammy, we're on morning recess. Even if it is a half day, usually, yes, Crocheting Bammy, Nate throws that LDS shade. It's perfect. Love it. Um, but even if it is a half day, usually, she usually makes them go to like 1. Yeah. You're right, Rachel. Rachel is right. Once again, Rachel brings us back on track and, just really gets us to remember what's important. Have some patience, people. Those Misties aren't going to smoke themselves. You're right about that. You show right. They aren't. Yeah, that LDS shade ain't no joke that Nate throws, and I love it. It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite. So yeah. Get back to court. I'd like to have a fig too, Judge Bev. Why don't you think of other people? Are so selfish. Bev, you're so rude. Think of other people for Pete's sake. Ugh. Okay, let me go grab that. Thank you, Tess, for keeping me apprised of all the things. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this is from Turtle Boy's ex Twitters that says, I believe Hank may be trying to enter video clips from my live show into evidence to show I, quote, threatened Lucky. I don't know how to say his last name. Logren. When I reached out in June and Lucky didn't want to talk, I assumed he was one of many people keeping their mouths shut because they were scared of the McAlberts. His brother was on the board of selectmen and he has known the Alberts his whole life. I don't remember what I said on my show about this, but I'm sure Hank will try to make it sound like I was threatening Lucky if the clips are played. I believe then, like I believe now, that all witnesses should feel safe giving honest testimony without fear of the McAlberts or state police targeting them. I mean, I can, hold on.
2024. Does that sound more?
Hold on, I'm going to rewind it because I don't want us to miss it. All right, here we go.
So I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at for a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing, as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
You plow, you even used to deliver peaches for 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you worked for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening when you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebarring and make this very brief, please. So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
Kayleen, what up, buddy? Good to see you.
And I just
Here
showed you a
online.
photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set, sir. Okay. Is there another witness, Mr.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
All right, do you need to see me before, as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
I'm glad that nothing was, I'm glad there was no videos. I think that was ridiculous. All of that for what? I don't know who Katrina is. I probably do, but I don't remember at this time, honestly. I just don't. Oh, MK. MK says, sorry, I haven't been around as much as work has gotten super busy and been consuming me. We're going to give you obviously that's you're excused. That's, what do they call that? Yeah, an excused absence, not you have an excused absence. Do you need a note? I can write you a note. You know that I'm very good at writing notes. I can sound super professional. They'll not question it at all. They'll just be like, oh, yes, let him watch this trial. Let him hang out with Bendy. She sounds great. Oh, goodness. I have no idea why we would need a potential sidebar for this, but here we are. All right, let's go.
You have the witness. Identification.
Follow me. Everybody step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Also, hey, Nick, good to
What
see you.
sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or if they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After sporting, after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and,
Okay.
do stuff like that?
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So, same thing, met Karen through John, and I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there, and we just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team. And
excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so to
Correct.
speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go. Keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go. And
were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order in order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So, honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay. Could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay. We've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the picture?
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first.
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf. Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
now. We might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yep. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wolf, please. stop. Did you see a motion that,
He put his left arm up.
okay? Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Objection to this whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Objection.
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part.
Okay, let me explain why the objection is being sustained, because she can say it's here. Part of that is hearsay. What Jen McCabe said is hearsay, but an exception to the hearsay rule would be statements of a party opponent. In this case, Karen. So she can testify to what Karen said, but she can't testify to what Jen said.
Part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, you're coming with me. Why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, you're coming with me. Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you
She stopped short of saying it stood out because, look, at the end of the day, and I think she's trying to be careful here. I don't think she wants to. I understand. She knows where she's at. She knows she's testifying, but when you there are people in this world who don't ever want to hurt anybody's feelings. So it's my opinion that likely what she was about to say is it stood out to me because Karen wasn't part of the circle. Karen wasn't part of the clique. But I think that she's one of those people who's careful about like speaking out of class. You know what I mean? Gossiping,
see her do?
hurting
So
her
then,
feelings.
out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road.
It used to be Amber Road. Yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I seek counsel regarding scheduling?
Oh my God. Okay.
Just actually, Mr.
Hold on.
Yannetti, just one question.
Hold on. Okay, I really do feel like, again, I think that Jen McCabe was in on the getting Karen away from John so that Higgins could confront John with the texts between him and Karen. I think that that is why she was so aggressively, and I don't mean aggressively like, maybe aggressively is not the right
So
word.
I'm going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of it by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, or Paul, they could just go back maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back. So.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So aggressive is not insistent. That's the word. That's why I think that Jen McCabe was so insistent that Karen came with her. And I think that this witness is testifying that that is strange, that it stood out to her because it's strange. They weren't known to be friends. Karen was not in the circle, even though she was a part of John O'Keefe's life and by extension, a part of his children's
Hey, thank you
lives.
so much for
Oh
watching
my
the Karen
God,
Reed trial
Jesse.
with us, but I want
I think that it stood out to her because she was keenly aware that Karen isn't part of the group. And the fact of the matter is she still has to live in that place. The kids are all still friends, I would assume. They all know each other. They, run in the same circles. It is what it is. No, Karen and Jen McCabe were not friends. They didn't socialize. They, Karen, even though Karen was in John O'Keefe's life and Jen McCabe was part of John O'Keefe's life prior to him being with Karen. Yes, there, like Regina George, she wasn't in the circle. Karen wasn't included. And I think that the reason that part of the reason I think the witness stopped short of saying that specifically is because she still has to live there. And, Jen McCabe is not known to be, incredibly nice, frankly. So I think, she's just choosing her words. She's saying the truth, but she's not using what can be, perceived as negative. Yeah. She said Karen was at the McCabe's in 2020, and that confuses me. I think that it's not that they didn't know her, right? But what I feel like what I am taking away my perception of the testimony is that Karen was included when John was included. Okay. It wasn't as if they weren't friends separately. Okay. You know how when you have a group of friends, okay, that have known each other for a very long time, okay, and one of those friends brings a new person that they're dating into the circle. You would, if there's a situation where you're having a get together, you invite both people, right? You know that your friend, their partner, or their person they're dating is going to be their plus one. So they're invited. But you don't, some people, right? You would go out of you hit it off with the person that they're dating and you socialize with that person alone away from, your original friend. And I don't think and that's not the case with Karen. Karen was not part of that circle. She was not part of that friend group. So they didn't they didn't hang out together apart from they didn't have a separate friendship with Karen apart from John O'Keefe. Okay. Yes. There. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think that the jury is going to the other jury is from the same jury pool and they didn't convict Karen and they weren't worried about it, So, yeah. And I think that because this is what I find interesting about the whole line of questioning of Lucky, the plow truck driver, um, and even the officer yesterday, the way that the Commonwealth is trying to make it sound like they were intimidated, bullied, whatnot into their testimony. I find that interesting. And the reason why I find that interesting is because of this. Because the defense is pointing out the shady business, the corruption, the connections, all the things on the Commonwealth side, the witnesses for the Commonwealth side, I would think that they would do anything and everything out of an overabundance of caution not to do anything like that. And that's why it comes across as so desperate because they what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So you don't want to be the hypocrite in the situation, right? You're pointing the finger and pointing things out about the Commonwealth's witnesses and how they're connected and they did sloppy police, all the things. You guys were here, you guys know what we're talking about. But so why would you would go out of your way? These are not these are this is a well-oiled machine, the defense team. It really is. They all work really well together. They all have their individual strengths. And what makes them strong as a team together is the fact that they all recognize which person on their team is best suited to do specific tasks, question specific witnesses, etc. And so that's what makes them strong as a team. And I just feel like it would be completely ridiculous and totally amateur hour if they were then to start being shady, And it's funny to me that every time the Commonwealth tries to point out something shady that they say that the defense team has done, what ends up happening is additional skeletons that we weren't even aware of start tumbling out of the witnesses for the Commonwealth's closets. It's almost like if it wasn't it's such a sad situation. And if it wasn't so sad, it would be kind of funny. It would be comical. It's almost like a cartoon. I mean, I'm sure, Rachel, that Karen Reed is likable. I don't think that. I think that Jen McCabe is quite capable of, using home training and being polite in social settings. And you can like somebody, like you can think, oh, they're all right. Okay. But not everybody you like makes it into your close circle of friends. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, it seems like the truth of the matter is that they were a very, very close knit family, the McCabes and the Alberts, and they were each other's friends. That was and is their social circle. So it's not like they let, a ton of outsiders in, as it were, and Karen was too much of an outsider. Like she wasn't from there. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, John's family is supporting the prosecution. I don't know. Let me see what's going on with Lori. Hold on. Um, I don't know, and here's why, okay? I see that Court TV has it scheduled for 12 p.m. I know, um, I think that is I don't know that let me look and see what's going on Twitter. Hold on. Let me look at Twitter X because I think it will only be streaming if it's opening statements, and I don't know if they're there yet. So let me look really quick. Let me see what's happening. If there's any updates. Give me just a sec. Let's see. Yeah, see, I think that I don't know that they're done with jury selection. That's the problem. Hang on a minute. All right. So, I I don't I know that what Judge Boreski wanted was for opening statements to begin today. And they might if it happens like towards the end of the day. Yeah, and I just don't think I mean they've got to go through 60 plus, I think. I think they're at like 66 jurors today. So I just don't see that happening. Now they're bringing back the jury, so let me just be quiet. And also, I forgot that I should have said this. Tess is correct. While Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe's brother, Paul, are support the Commonwealth, John O'Keefe's father supports Karen Reed. And that's got to make, that's got to be tough.
Court back in session. Please be seated.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule.
Oh my God, fuck off, Bev.
Tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off.
What?
So we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
What in the actual F? So here we go, Judge Bev. Judge Bev is saying, oh, not only are we on schedule, we're ahead of schedule. And it's going to be particularly hot tomorrow. And we don't think that you guys are going to be able to hear the witnesses with the fans and the AC going. So we're just going to call it a day tomorrow for hot. Stop it. Just turn the friggin' mics up.
Jurors exit the court, please be seated.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay.
Hold on. Let
I
me
just saw that
see.
that was the one that was still outstanding. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that that was the one that was still outstanding.
Hold on.
Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
It's the motion for reconsideration. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it.
Jurors exit the court, please be seated.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that that was the one that was still outstanding.
Hold on. Let me look at something. Hold on. Give me just a sec. I think I can try to figure it out. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Hold on. I'm thinking that it has to do with the defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for a subsequent instruction. It might be that one. Or, hold on. Yeah, because that's the last thing that's been filed. So I'm thinking that must be the one. Hold on. Let me go to Twitter and see if, or X, to see if they have something like an update. So maybe they heard it better. Give me just a sec. Give me a minute. Let me just see if I can figure it out. Let me see. All right, hold on a minute. Let me look at Turtle Boys. He hasn't said anything. Yeah, I don't. That's the only Easter. Hold on a second. Tess has it. Oh, okay. All right. Michael Easter. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tess. All right, you guys. Well, that's all I got for you today. If There is opening statements in Lori Vallow Daybell, which I don't think they're going to be. I think if anything, it'll be tomorrow, which means that there will be no Karen Reed trial tomorrow, so there will be no coverage over here. However, if they get through these 60 plus people today and we can begin opening statements tomorrow, then I will cover. Obviously, I would have done this anyway. There just won't be a delay. I'll just cover Lori tomorrow. Does that sound like a plan? I hope so. All right, you guys. Well, thank you so. Oh, hold on. Tess has something for me. Don't go anywhere. Tess has something for me. Give me a sec. Please. Let me see. All right. So this, let's see. This is from June 2nd, 2025. Says minute entry. It would be beneficial to the parties and the court to have some objective measures of the extent of the defendant's illness. The court requests MCSO direct qualified medical personnel to assess the defendant within the next 24 hours. The court is not requiring MCSO to divulge any HIPAA protected information. However, Ms. Daybell may be required to produce some form of objective information if she is seeking any continuance beyond June 4th, 2025. It is ordered, waiving any copay to the extent that there may be a copay from the defendant required. Okay, so he's like, look, go check her ass out and don't make her pay. I need to know what's going on. So that is the second piece. Is hold on. I already read this one. That second piece is an order that she sent me this morning. So thank you, Tess. I appreciate that very, very much. I think that's it. So no, Lori will be in court today. She is ordered to be in court. But let me just check this really quick and make sure I have the right thing. Yes, the judge has issued an order. Daybell will be in court today. The order that I was referring to, it came from, today's the 4th. This order was out June 2nd. And basically, the judge, hold on. So basically, the judge said, look, I need to understand what the F is going on with Lori here in her illness. You don't got to tell me, anything that is HIPAA protected. Okay. But I need to know something. All right. So listen, go check her out. And by the way, waive the copay because I want her checked out, and her inability to pay should not impede my ability to find out what WTF is going on. And so that's what I want. And so with that being said, there was another order. I'm assuming that what happened is that something did come back to the court, an update as far as Lori's situation that happened. So the second was Monday. The third would have been yesterday, Tuesday. I think that there's something that came into the court about that. And the judge said, all right, I took that into consideration. And by the way, Lori, you're ordered to come to court. So let's go. Get you some Tylenol, some Alka-Seltzer, and let's go. So thank you, Tess, for keeping me that. I appreciate it so very much. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If there are any updates about Chicky Nuggy, I will update you guys. If they're like, I'm just going to, if something changes, that she is not going to be coming home tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. But other than that, I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably for opening statements with Lori Vallow, Daybell, Esquire. All right. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.